What nationality are we? Does it matter?
It doesn't matter. You're just black. There we go.
Racist.
Well, no, I'm not going to go there. But who wants to be blue too?
Can be blue
Marshall.
too.
Oh, okay. Who was that?
Dot.
Dot. There we go. Dot is blue 2. Marshall, do you want to be blue 3? And who we got left? Special Z and the rest of the umpires, just to make it easy, you want to probably go down to red 1 to listen to their briefing so you know what's going on, I would think.
Sure. Have fun with the familiar map.
I'll try my best.
So we got left. We got Sniper and Trajan, isn't it? All right, okay. I'll make Sniper, you'll be blue 4. And Trajan, you can be blue 5. Can everyone see the voice channels and everything for themselves or no?
I can't see my own text channel.
Oh, okay. Right. So, Genty.
Do we have any idea if there's any kind of difference in our guns, or is it all just 6-pounders? Oh no, I can actually read it. They're all 6-pounders. Oh, we have one 12-pounder. Okay.
So I guess all we do is just hold them off at the river, and that's it.
Yeah, but unfortunately we can't hold the Mitchells and Blackburns and all those fords down south, which are really good places to try and sneak past us. But we can hold them at the flat run, potentially. Okay. Does anybody have any preference on what kind of command they have? We have one cavalry command, which is mostly has 4 hussars, 2 lancers, 2 cuirassiers, and then we have 3 divisions.
Just assign something random.
Cannon.
I couldn't hear you both. Okay. Then Marshall, you have the cavalry. What I'd like you to do, you'll be operating as our strategic reserve with your cavalry. I'm probably going to position your cavalry at the toll gate, so you have a lot of roads to move along. But what I'd like you to do with your hussars is to determine where the main thrust of the enemy attack is going to come. That's pretty much. Here, I'll make it easy for everybody. Allow me to share my screen.
Yeah, that would be splendid, because then I can set you up on the board.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. And I think the toll gate is a pretty good position for that. I'd like you to essentially have one hussar check up by Sudley Spring, one check by the Stone Bridge, one to check by like Lewis and Balls Ford, and then another to go and go check out the flat run by the Mitchell Farm, which is down here. And then you'll hold your primary command at the toll gate, but I would recommend you co-locate with me wherever I decide to make my command, so that we can get the reports of your scouting, and then we can dedicate your cavalry reserve at a point. I think so. We've got one kind of smaller division, which has Jaegers. The second division has limited regiments, but it does have a 12-pounder. And then we have the third division, which is pretty like a medium size, and then this is what we got 5, 9. This is 10. So these two are pretty equivalent. I think I want to have the trying to just decide where I want to put everything very quickly.
Well, who wants what first? That's probably the best thing.
Yeah.
So I got Marshall in the cavalry, and then
I'll just assign some people. Crusader, you've got the 2nd Division. Dot, you've got the 3rd Division, and Sniper, you've got the 4th Division. I guess we have an extra person. Trajan, you don't really have a command now, do you? Do I have an extra command that I'm not aware of? Am I just being stupid? Doesn't look like it.
I think you do.
I think I said something to the fact that it isn't in the module, but we have an extra one. But I don't think we
Yeah.
know the
Are they-
actual value
No,
for
we
that.
have one. You have one.
Are they on the field with us, or are they reinforcing us?
That
'Cause
would
I-
be a question. That
I
would
don't-
be a question to
I
Dave.
think. Well, I mean, I think that's probably more a question to Liam. But I mean,
Yeah.
on the module, there's cavalry, and then 4 more other divisions. So
Yeah.
Okay.
You're missing the 5th.
Okay, so then Trajan has the 5th. I don't know what the deal
Right.
is with the 5th Division, but if I have them, just let me know what they are. I don't necessarily need to have them in the module. I just need to know what they are and where they are. If they're reinforcing, that's fine. We just got an upload.
I can tell you what the composition of it is. You've got two Hussar squadrons, 2 brigades
I
of
see.
line infantry, and a single battery of artillery.
Okay. Then here's what I'd like them to do. Marshall, we're going to move one of your hussars up to Popular Ford. The 5th Division, so Trajan, this is your responsibility. You're going to be in the southern portion of our line. What I want you to do is I'd like you to position to cover Island Ford and this hill, and then have your cavalry scout these fords over here. So, does that make any sense, Trajan?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I forgot to mention the units are 4 line infantry for each brigade.
Okay.
That's about it.
To the north. Yes. 5th is holding our southern corner of our line. The 4th Division is going to hold this line here. Yeah, I was thinking of putting them up north. I want them to come across and get jammed up on the fords. If we put our infantry right up on the fords, I mean, we could, but my intention was to hold these hills a little bit more since I'm under the impression that we're heavily outnumbered, and I don't want our forces to get pinned up against these rivers before we have a good an idea of where the enemy's coming in. So I do the 5th Division has 2 hussars, Marshall. So they're going to do this scouting maneuver south. That's why I put them down there. Yeah, the 5th Division has 2 Hussars, which they're going to use to scout these fords down here. And then I think I want the... actually, what I want... I don't want to do that. I take it back. I want the... And apologies, I'm running on the fly here. So what I want the 2nd Division to do is the 2nd Division will hold this line.
And who's in charge of the second? May
The
I
second
ask?
is Crusader, I think.
Right.
And Crusader, you have heavy guns, so I'd like you to use this big hill to kind of... We'll have both of our heavy guns in the south here, 2 12-pounders, and you also have God damn it! Can we please go away? Thank you. You have Jaegers, so I want you to hold just this portion of the line, and I'd like you to advance your Jaegers at a somewhat advanced position around the Lewis Ford, and I'd like you to hold that to position your Jaegers up there. So, does that make sense?
Yep.
And then we have the 3rd and 4th. So what I'd like the 3rd Division to hold this line here. You're going to hold the Lewis Ford. And then position yourself along this road. So that's 3rd. And then I want the...
Who's in charge of the 3rd?
3rd Division is you, Dot. And then actually, no, I take that back. Sorry, I forgot that our goal is to hold the river line, so I have to switch my deployment up somewhat. The 3rd, I want you to have... Okay. Sorry, guys. Bear with me. Oh, and I deleted our line. Okay. Here's the plan. Final plan. Second, put your Jaegers advance of you here. You see that?
Yep.
Then 3rd, you are going to hold here and here with your forces. This is 3rd. So you're holding the Lewis Ford and the Stonebridge. And then the 4th Brigade is going to hold this hill here. And they will hold the Popular Ford as well. So they are going to hold this hill line up here in the event that they cross over the Sudley Springs. We don't really have much of a strategic reserve. So essentially...
For division brigades, are we allowed to break our brigades into, the division into individual units, or no?
No. The tiles are the tiles. So
Can't send one individual unit out. Something.
you're gonna be 4th is up here. Does anybody have any questions or comments on the plan as is?
Out of curiosity, objective is they don't cross these 4 fords, or is it that they can't cross the river entirely?
Well, they're going to cross the river, but we just have to beat them back when they do. Does that make
What
sense?
if someone had a ridiculous plan It's not go to these forts, but all the way down to what was it? Like Shell's Fort or something? Down in the southeast. It's a crossing. It'll take forever to come.
Well, we know they're coming from the east. My guess is they're coming down from Centerville. We're sending cavalry down that way, or the fifth division will be sending cavalry down that way to determine if they are going to be making an attack up there. If they are, then we'll begin shifting our units. Likely the fourth, we'll be shifting our divisions accordingly.
Oh, okay.
It's in the discussion channel. It was added to the discussion
Did
channel.
I not? Oh,
It is there. It
Weird.
just was added later.
All right. One important thing to note. It has been dry recently, so the run is fordable by infantry all across its length. So
Oh.
artillery can only cross at the fords.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm glad
I forgot. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. Can I have an extra 5 minutes to change my plan?
Yes.
Okay. All right. If that's the case, then we're shortening the line. Does everybody agree with that?
Yeah, sure.
I still want Marshall, I still want you to do the same thing that I said to do with your cavalry. We're gonna do essentially what I plan to do at First Manassas in the ACW game. So the plan is fourth, third, you're gonna hold a shallower line, which goes from here, holds the Miss Lewis farm, this line essentially along this road. So that's third's new position. And then fourth, I want you to hold up here on the Miss Henry Hill. We're gonna shorten our line somewhat to hold these hills. Because if the enemy can actually, up here. The third is going to hold the Young Creek and the Lewis Ford area. And the fourth will hold the rest of the Young Creek and the Henry Hill. It's to hold the river line. So if the river is fordable at any point, we have to shorten our line because we can't choke point them at the fords. So my plan is to determine what the crux of their offensive is, and I'm hoping that they're coming strong across here, and we will launch a counterattack at them. I think we'll have. We'll hold this good ground, let them come towards us, and then extend, and then try and either counterattack somewhere, possibly across the river itself. We might do something like if they commit strong to come across the river, we might go over the river and attack them because it is fordable at any point by infantry. It's not an impediment to us either, so we can use it to make our attack. Does that make sense? Am I being stupid? Is my line too short? I do need some constructive criticism. Yeah. That's true. I don't hate that idea,
Yeah,
especially if
I
it's
don't
fordable
think
at
their
any
plan
point.
is defensive. Their main objective is to defeat us by offensive, right?
Yeah.
So if we attack them, their plan will be in jeopardy.
Well, it's very wooded area. So I think the third I notice has elite infantry. So and the fourth has regulars, but 6-pounders too. So I think if we're going to strike with something, we'll strike with the third and fourth, and then we'll hold with the second and fifth. Well, and the first cavalry corps will go as well. So, oh my god, I feel like I'm just changing this plan all over.
Also,
Second.
please note,
Yeah,
you've
this is
got
the 10th
like
time you've changed the plan.
if we could have planning done in, if possible, like the next 10-ish minutes.
I can get that done.
Awesome, thank you.
So you want us to strike and not wait.
So
Yeah,
an
okay.
early strike for a couple of turns and then pull back.
Yeah, but I think we can make a strong guess based on roads where they're going to be attacking. They have to use the Warrenton Turnpike, and they also have to. If they're going to attack us from the north, they're using the Warrenton Turnpike. If they're attacking us from the south, they have to use this road. I think there's a strong chance that at some point they will be on the Warrenton Turnpike or in this area. So I think if we're going to attack somewhere, I'd like to attack up here. And how I'd like to do it is to get them in. If we're going to attack them, we'll swing around the popular ford and strike towards the Warrington Turnpike, and then we'll also strike up the Warrington Turnpike. Is what I would do. And if we do so, our cavalry can try and cross here and wait for an opening. Yeah, I'm thinking probably around here is the best terrain for cavalry. Would you agree with that? Well, you have scouting elements and attacking elements. So I want you to scout with your hussars, but I would like you to act as the reserve of this attack and wait for an opportunity or a breakthrough in the enemy lines and then exploit it with your combat cavalry. Okay. Okay. Here's okay. I'm actually okay with you taking your cavalry over across the river at some point up here and going up that way with your entire force. I think that would be okay. And then just yeah, so that's what we'll do. Um, yeah. So this is the plan, the final plan, essentially. The fourth and third division are going to strike across. Actually, I'd like the second division as well to make an attack up into here. And then the fifth division will hold this hill for now. Actually, I'd like you to. You'll be positioned at this crossroads right here. This is the fifth division. I do want you to send your cavalry to the south still, down this way, so you can investigate if we're going to be attacked from the south. And the idea is the fourth division will cross across this open terrain and try and attack. We're attacking the Warrenton Turnpike from two directions, and the second division will get into these forests where their Jaegers will be very effective, and you're going to kind of hold the southern flank of the offensive. Once the fourth division, if we don't encounter anybody on the Warrington Turnpike. I want the 3rd Division to move forward and hold this line, and the 4th Division to move up and try and get further down into the enemy. Does that make sense? Does anybody have any questions?
Technically abandoning the.
Yeah, I have a question. What's the plan? I disconnected and I couldn't hear a lot of things.
Okay. So you are the 3rd Division, correct?
Yes.
You're here. This is your position. You are attacking the southern part of the Warrenton Turnpike in conjunction with the 4th Division and the 2nd Division, which will move into these forests up here. Your goal is to attack the southern angle of the Warrenton Turnpike. If you don't encounter enemies, you're to move to this position here and then kind of hold it, see if there's any enemies. We'll react as possible. The 4th Division is attacking along this line, going the other way from the Warrenton Turnpike. If we don't encounter any enemies, we will attack. We will move around. Okay, and then the 5th Division is holding our southern flank along this hill line, and possibly acting as a reserve if we need it.
Okay.
Then we're technically abandoning the fjords.
We don't need the fords don't matter unless so the river is fordable at any point by infantry and cavalry. Artillery can only ford the river at the crossing point. That's the restrictions. So the river isn't as defensive as a position as it seems, so we're going to counterattack per Marshall's suggestions. Hopefully catching them in the cross the beginning of their attack.
When will we like commence the attack?
We will do so after 2 rounds. Begin moving your forces. That'll give Marshall time to scout and the enemy to begin moving into positions.
Out of curiosity, technically tapping inwards is quite early. We're on the bottom of the hill if they're already crossing. It would be at a disadvantage.
Could you say that again?
If I'm not reading them correctly, when we're crossing these fjords, pretty hilly on the other side, we're coming up the hills. The enemy's already on them. We're at disadvantage.
It's not that hilly. It's a little elevated, but I think they're going to mostly be on the roads because I think they're going to be anticipating us holding defensively.
Oh.
I don't think they'll. I don't think they'll have a good attack plan, but I think it's going to become unpinned when we attack it. I think that was a great suggestion to attack them. Does that make any sense? And Dave, do you need any further information as to like our?
I was just going to say now you kind of all know your sectors and stuff. If you want to position your men in starting positions and just send a screenshot, that would be most helpful.
Yeah, I'm gonna work on that right now. Oh, we have some elites in. Oh wow, the 1st Division is the 2nd Division is entirely elites. I see. So yeah. All right. Well.
Okay. I've seen something just come in. Hopefully.
And Dave, I will be with the 3rd Division.
Okay, I'll stick you with the 3rd, and yeah, okay, cool. Well, good luck, everyone. I'll head up to the umpire room, and I don't know if I'm going to be some of your umpires, but yeah, have a good one.
Thank you.
Thank you. promise.
Hey, Marshall. Oh, all right. Excellent. Yeah. Red Hill Farm. Yeah, we might have them shift south depending on the circumstances, like shift south behind the thrust of the offensive of fourth and third. Like once their infantry is advanced past the Bull Run, it might work to move the heavy cav down down to the Warrenton Turnpike and then make an offensive up it, and punch right up into where I expect their main column to be. Or getting around them too might be helpful. But we'll see how it develops. The fourth division is going to be probably putting their artillery across at the Popular Ford, and then I don't know where they're going to end up putting their artillery, but I think they're going to be putting them on the Red Hill Farm as well. But I don't think they'll have great visibility up there, but we'll see. Um, Oh yeah. I've ordered all of our divisions. They're going to wait 2 rounds before they make their attack. So by then we'll see what you have to report in terms of scouting. I think you'll at least begin to get scouting information, and I can start adjusting our attack accordingly. So I think that'll work. I think it was a good idea to make a counterattack. I thought that we would be holding the Bull Run, but if the Bull Run is really just a stream, it's not worth trying to hold it, I don't think. I agree, and I do know Spine quite well, so I think disrupting his plans is usually the good way to go because he usually has really, really, really good plans, but interrupting them causes him to uh, he has to adjust, and it takes him he not that he's bad at adjusting, it's just he's much more comfortable when he is operating within the parameters that he set. Yeah, so let me know if you have any other questions. Yeah, I'm excited to see what you do with the Cav. Hope you get a glorious charge. That's the one thing about attacking them in this position is that they're just not going to have any great positions for artillery. There's a lot of like woods that are blocking them. So, and we are shoving what appears to be our most elite division straight into the forest. So, yeah, no. Oh yeah. Well, I agree. I think it's just going to turn into a mess, and if I'm going to put anything into a mess, I'll put our Jaegers, our light infantry, and our elite infantry into it. So if we're just tying down whatever tries to get around us down there with our best troops, I'd count that as a win. We'll see. We'll definitely see. He might just go entirely to the south, and then we'll have to do everything on the fly. But I don't think he will, because that's exactly what happened in uh, the first Manassas of Carter's ACW. Is the enemy put their whole attack into the south, and we encircled them around Mitchell's and Blackburn's Ford. So I have a feeling he won't repeat that. Yes. I'm at the 3rd division, so the middle of the line. I Yeah. Usually with I have like a format that I like to send people when I do KS is I send them a standard format. I gotta refine it. I like to give my location just so people know a little bit where I am. Um, and I usually give that to players when I'm playing in the game, but I forgot to do it this time. So I'm gonna go through and send that to them real quick if I can find it. Um, Let me find it. But yeah, no, that's generally I like that format. I think it works really well. Also helps me. I'm gonna send you my standard format if you want it. Oh, didn't format right. God damn it. I think we lost a player. We no longer have Dot. It's okay. I think he was 3. But yeah, I'll let you go, Marshall. Thank you. You too.
So, Marshal, I am here. I am your umpire. I presume your orders stand from what you sent 10, 15 minutes ago, that you're crossing Bull Run and heading kind of in a northeasterly direction up the road and spreading your hussars out. Yeah. Yeah. Sure. Got it. Will do.
There we are. Now you should be able to hear me. I like how I've been talking for, what, an hour? And nothing I've said has come across because my mic wasn't working. Wow. The problem is OBS updated this morning, and in updating, it doesn't, like, for some reason it resets my mic settings. Oh, Lord. Anyway, I am not too happy. I can't believe it. I've been talking all this time. All this time. All right. Well, now that you can hear me, let's talk about what we got going on here. Oh gosh, and I just ran you guys through a 5-minute infomercial on the IKS. You know, what do you do? All right. This is a Napoleonic battle. It's being fought on the Bull Run battlefield. The reason for it is Liam cleaned out his TTS folder, and he's the one who's umpiring today's game. He's our lead umpire responsible for the scenario. This is what he had that worked. He's got a little Napoleonic system he's put together, so he wants to run it. But this is the map that worked for him. So it's essentially Napoleonic warfare with Napoleonic units on a Civil War map. That's okay. Map doesn't matter as long as it's scaled. Let's see here. It's black versus green. Green is somewhere over here. Green's purpose is to get across Bull Run, and we don't really know much about that, but we know they got to get across that river. The problem is that the river level is low, It's been dry and hot, so they can basically cross at any point along the river. They're not confined to the fords, with the exception of the artillery. The artillery has to cross at the fords, but the troops and the cavalry can cross at any point. That makes this river line pretty hard to defend. So, what we've decided is a good offense is better than the defense. So we're going to attack, even though the onus of attack is on the enemy. We figure that doing that will throw them off their game, put them on their back foot, and give us the initiative. Plus, it ensures that the fighting takes place on the east side of the map, east of Bull Run, and not west of Bull Run, which is the enemy objective. So we're going to give that a try. We do suspect they outnumber us, but we think that by stealing initiative from them, that's worth something, and will make it hard for the enemy to win. I am commanding the cavalry, and the cavalry has 4 Hussar units, 2 Lancers, and 2 Cuirassiers. I'm starting over here at Sudley Spring, and I'm coming over here, and I'm establishing a command post at Red Hill Farm. I'm putting my heavy cavalry and my Lancers in reserve back here. And the reason for this is these guys are the arm of decision. They're not supposed to be running around. They're not supposed to be scouting, and we certainly don't want them fighting or committed early on. We're going to be using them late in the battle, hopefully to punch through or do something that will really disrupt the enemy. The Hussars, however, will be scouting. So they're going to be going to these 4 positions. They'll be reporting back. The general orders are this. If the enemy advances, they're to fall back. If the enemy falls back, they're to advance. They're basically to maintain contact with the enemy, but they're to avoid combat. If they get attacked by artillery, they have to get out of the way of that. But they are not to engage in combat. Their job is simply to be the eyes of the army and report back what they observe. And you do that by maintaining contact with the enemy. So that's what they're going to be doing. For the first 2 turns of this battle, if you will, probably the first half hour or so, the infantry in the south is going to hold position. I don't know if that's a mistake or not, because I think the enemy will be pushing across by then. Nonetheless, I believe our commander-in-chief, who is Gen TJ9, wants information on what the enemy is doing. So he'll be using that information to tailor or adjust his plan accordingly. So that's happening. So that's what's going on here. Other than that, you had sort of the silent film tour of the IKS. You see that we have a website at Kriegsspiel.org. You can see that we have a lot of resources there. We have maps, we have rules and other things there that you can go find. We have tabletop simulator modules, so you can just pick this up and play. And we have rules. We have our Etsy store where you can buy things. And anyone who supports us on our Patreon, which is patreon.com/Kriegsspiel, will get our K22 Kriegsspiel 22 rules for free, as well as the Kriegsspiel 23 American Civil War rules, which are coming out in this month. You'll get those for free as well. So it pays to be a supporter to the Patreon, and the Patreon subscription does help support the International Kriegsspiel Society. So please consider becoming a patron. You know, hey, $5 a month, and it keeps us in business. So worth it. Okay. Got my son playing Fortnite here next to me. So if you hear random kid noises. Okay. The first turn should be underway. We're standing by. I don't have any reports yet. But again, I want to encourage anyone who's viewing to interact. Feel free to say hello, ask questions, offer commentary, feedback, anything that suits you. And away we go. All right, and hello to OEV, first time watching online, here to learn the basic rules and how the game works. All right, great. Maybe you have a little bit of a primer already on Kriegsspiel. Maybe you saw the silent film version and the board game geek entry for Kriegsspiel 2022. I don't know. If not, you go to our website, kriegsspiel.org, and you can find all the resources to get going. Kriegsspiel, which was developed by the Prussian army, beginning first in 1812 by Rieswitz Sr., and then taken over by his son, and first really put out in 1824, was used by the Prussian army to train officers. It spread globally. It's still played today, including by the United States Army and other militaries around the world to train officers. It's a double-blind system, which means you have generally a red team and a blue team. Today it happens to be black and green, but it doesn't really matter. It's red and blue. That's actually where that convention comes from in gaming and sports, red team versus blue team. Both have their own maps, and then there's a third map, which is the Umpire map, where the umpire sees everything. The players on red can only see what they can see, players on blue likewise, and the idea is there's an intense fog of war. If the enemy is not visible to your side, you don't see them. And we in fact play in Tabletop Simulator, which allows us to put everybody into sort of their own room on Discord, and the result of that is they only see what's visible to them. They don't even see what the rest of the army can see. I've just put on screen here is my first update, so I have to sort of stop talking about Kriegsspiel momentarily and report what I'm seeing here. So let me update my map. And hello. And let me see here. Okay, so we are here. And already, first contact with the enemy has ruined my plan. I already have contact with the enemy up here. My plan is toast. I made this careful plan, as you can see. And of course, that's it. It's invalid because we have encountered the enemy. So I'm positioning my stuff just to show where my column is. And now I'm going to position, actually, where's my little headquarter block? Right here. And then I'm going to position, let's make that larger just because. Let's erase all of this because that no longer counts. And then let's see here. Let's take a look at what the baddies have. Okay, so this here looks like it's the third, which is a green formation. So let's grab this. All right, we're going to put that down right around here. Okay. And we'll flip it over and we'll label it. Okay, so that we got that there. All right, so we've identified 3rd Division. And 3rd Division has their batteries, their guns up front, which they should have because, well, when you are expecting contact with the enemy, you want that artillery up there. Now,
Okay, Marshall.
Yeah.
So you are just passing, was it Sudley Hanson House, and word comes back to you from your hussars to your front that over by Mrs. Carter's house, there is a enemy division, infantry division in march column coming from the north, and they've just reached Mrs. Carter's house. And over to the east, you look and you reckon that there's a friendly force over by Red Hill Farm at the moment.
a friendly force at Red Hill Farm.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I want the hussars, the lead hussar formation, to go forward and attempt to attack that artillery and column along the road, and then to pull back. If something changes, they can just pull back. But I want an immediate attack against that target of opportunity there. See if they can't destroy some guns or something. The rest of the formation will fall back to Sudley Mansion.
Okay.
Okay, and then I'll be sending a dispatch back.
Sure thing.
Okay, thank you. All right, I have just encountered the enemy. I'm breaking my own rules of engagement by sending hussars forward right away to attack that artillery. I don't know that that's going to go well, but we'll roll the dice and gamble on that. So we're going to go ahead and send the hussars forward in a gamble. Why? Because I've got them. And the rest of everything else is going to fall back here and sort of hold. And we're going to see what happens. And then, of course, I have to report back now to my commander-in-chief. So let's go ahead and write some orders. So let's from and we'll just put all right, we'll do that. And the time, I believe the time is 9:15. And the location, my location is Sudley Mansion. Miss who? Miss Carter. Okay. Miss Carter Farm. All right, there we are. So that's sort of my plan there is, like, the enemy column is here. I've sent a unit forward to just see what they can do. They might not do much because, look, they got to go uphill here. And I don't know how steep that hill is. I've not been to this battlefield historically, but we'll see what happens. Maybe they'll smash the enemy. And then I'm going to fall back here to Sudley Mansion, and then we're going to wait and see what happens here. You know, if this completely fails, if they shrug it off and keep coming, then I'll try to delay them in some way. But I imagine what they'll do is they'll deploy their artillery, which is great because that delays them. And we just pull back out of range, and then they have to limber and come closer, and we just keep falling back. So that's what we'll do. I don't have any artillery or anything, so I can't really shoot back. But let's see what happens. Maybe I'll get lucky and we'll bag one or more of these units, but we'll see what happens. So, all right, so that's that. We'll put that away there. In fact, I'm gonna. There we are. And let's take a look here. Can artillery defend itself against cavalry, or will it just be overrun? Yeah, it can defend itself. The problem is they're in column, so the guns are not deployed. And my hope is that the enemy does not have an opportunity to deploy before the hussars make contact, in which case they should be smashed. But we'll see what happens. The gobbler here, risk versus reward on the hussars into the guns. Seems like a good deal. Someone taking the put your cannons to the front to the extreme. Yeah, you generally don't want artillery as your first element. You want it as your second or third. But because they probably were not expecting contact with cavalry, they were expecting to be on the attack, they went ahead and put the artillery at the front. And they'll learn now the hard way that's a mistake as well. So, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see what happens. If they had an infantry unit out front, then that would have discouraged me from attacking them, but we'll see here. Manual says, from what I've read historically, it's a 50-50 attacking the artillery. Yeah, so we'll see. But because I have the units and the hussars are, you know, what else are they going to do right now? The scouting mission is essentially canceled, at least in terms of spreading out and scouting this area here, by the presence of an advancing enemy column. I would say that whoever is commanding the 3rd Division, for them to be on a flank, which is a place where you would normally encounter cavalry, is out there on the flank. They really shouldn't have the guns as the first element. They really do need to have something in front of those guns to help screen them. So they should have expected cavalry on this flank. If you're in the core of the army, like if you're, you know, the Schwerpunkt, the main force, like coming down Warrenton Turnpike, this could make more sense. But yeah, second or third element, generally not the first. It could be, however, that the 3rd Division is quite small and there's only 1 or 2 brigades of infantry behind them, but we'll see. We'll see. I think 3rd Division is going to be bigger than that. It's going to be commensurate with our 3rd Division, which has quite a few units, and we'll see. So, the big question here is, are they going to, you know, how quickly do we close this distance? What is this hill? How much is this hill going to count against me? And can these guns get limbered and fire by the time we close this distance, get up this hill, and make an attack? And it's going to be tough to see. Yeah, cavalry against deployed artillery, it's 100%. Yeah. In fact, in the K-22 system, if anything touches the artillery, it's just gone. If it's infantry or cavalry just touches it, that's it. It basically evaporates. Simply because realistically, that's what would happen. Now, ideally, nothing can get that close to the guns. So that's kind of an important thing there. And I have to go to my Patreon right now and send someone link to the K-22 rules, because we did pick up a subscriber, a supporter. And I know who it is, and they know who they are, but let's take a look here. But I do need to take care of this now. There we go. Copy that. And let's get this rule set shared. And why does this not give me my sharing options? Oh, that's weird. My Google Drive view is messed up. More than one way to skin a cat. There we go. All right. All right, let's get these out. Boom. All right, that's handled. All right, so yes, hello to OEV, Nerd Labor, the Gobbler, Emmanuel. Good to see you guys here. Ari, Maxari, you were here earlier. Good to see you as well. Glad you came through. So, yeah, this is really the most compelling and realistic wargaming experience you can get. When you compare this to systems where it's you go, I go. This here with this fog of war and the simultaneous movement, and then the umpires, you know, rolling the dice but modifying things in accord with the situation, you get a pretty reasonable and realistic experience of war, you know, that you don't get with a normal war game. You know, in a normal war game, you see everything that's happening across the map, so you can react to it immediately. Can't do that here in Kriegsspiel. And with the I go, you go system, which is common in games, it's kind of unrealistic, you know. One person throws a punch and the other person throws a punch, and real life doesn't work that way. Both are punching at the same time. And so you need an umpire double-blind system to do that. And then the other thing is the movement. War games either have area movement, which I kind of like, you know, in my war games. The others are hexes. I don't really care for hex-based movement because to me that's too stilted and, again, ahistorical. It's okay for a strategic level game, I suppose, but at a tactical level, it's like, I don't know. I'm just not a fan of hexes. Kriegsspiel doesn't have hexes. So you do see that there's a grid overlaid, but the grid just kind of allows us to eyeball things. Kriegsspiel doesn't require precision. You can have a ruler, but we don't really run around measuring things with the ruler. See, here's the ruler. We don't go around using this much, if at all, simply because we don't need to, you know. We have the squares on the map, and we can just gauge everything, just count the squares and eyeball it. So OEV says it's great to see some bright minds keeping this game alive in our modernity. Yeah, again, this is still, even though it's the original, it is still the best and most realistic wargaming experience that you can get. So I mean, yeah, once you play Kriegsspiel, you don't want to play other war games because they feel so contrived and artificial, so simple compared to this experience. It's pretty cool. Kind of messes you up though, ruins the other war games. Nerd Labor says, I heard about Kriegsspiel because a German strategy YouTuber recently made some videos, and I came across this channel while searching. The YouTuber might have been Jan Heinemann, Let's Play History, and he is a member of our group. In fact, he's one of our top admins. We're friends, and he is a big figure here in the IKS. It could be someone else, so I don't know, but if you know who they are, if it's not Jan Heinemann, if it's not Let's Play History, drop their name or a link to their YouTube channel. We'd like to get them in here. But I have a feeling it's Jan. Jan's a big YouTuber and does strategy games. Fortunately, he also plays, Euro games and miniatures. So you're like, wait, what? Miniatures are bad? No, miniatures are actually great. We do have a running joke, though, that Kriegsspiel is to be played with blocks and miniatures are mortal enemies. But it's a joke, it's not really a thing. You can play Kriegsspiel with miniatures, but it's in the physical realm, there are some challenges associated with that, whereas blocks are a little bit more convenient in the physical realm. The online realm, miniatures work pretty well. They can be kind of fun. But yeah, we traditionally just play with blocks. That's how Kriegsspiel's always been played for the most part. But yeah, you can do it with miniatures. I have a couple videos, at least one good video dedicated to can you play Kriegsspiel with miniatures. It's a cool video. You should watch it in our YouTube. Just got to search it out. We got hundreds of videos now on our YouTube. We've been making them for a couple years or more. So. Okay, I'm still waiting for an update. Moving a little slow here, but there's a lot going on. There's a lot going on. In fact, I do see the Umpires come out and are updating players. So I should be getting an update momentarily. Oh, I do have an update. It's a picture. Let's see what the picture.
Well, mine's gonna be the easiest.
Oh no. This doesn't look good. I sent one Hussar forward, not two. Well, this is what I wanted. This is what I got. That's okay. All right, we do need to fall back. This is not pretty. This is bad. So it looks like things did not go well, although this might be the other battery here, but it looks like things did not go well for us. He got some infantry up, squared it, repulsed the Hussars along with these guns. So that did not go well. So we need to fall back here. The good news is he has deployed. So he is now behind his schedule as per his plan. But it's an expensive success. 2 spent Hussar units having taken losses. That is not a price I wanted to pay. That is very expensive just to buy some time.
Yeah, so your Hussars tried to attack the front of their column. A hasty square was formed by the infantry next to the artillery, there was a little bit of a kerfuffle. However, your hussars came out worse.
All right.
Meanwhile, you are at Sudley Mansion, getting your lancers and cuirassiers sorted, and that's about it.
Okay, fall back to Sudley Spring, across Sudley Spring.
Okie dokie, will do.
Okay, thank you. All right. So I'm not going to worry about micromanaging the disposition of the formation, but basically we're going to fall back here. And that's the order. We're going to just kind of fall back there and slow the enemy down. So, that is pretty unfortunate. Does have the hit markers on the other side? No, they don't. How does that work? No. Okay. All right. So that was pretty expensive, folks. That cost a lot. Yeah, that cost a lot. So if I've got a couple spent hussars here, lances and other things be back here, whatever. The actual disposition doesn't matter much. I do need to get a report back. Okay, Nerd Labor says it's the German YouTuber Medicus who started a few Kriegsspiel events a few weeks ago, but I think it's on pause now. Okay, I don't know who that is. I might know. He might have a different online name than what he has here in the IKS. Let me look here. Let me look him up on YouTube. Yeah, here we are.
Want to make the switch to Shopify
And we don't want to watch the ad. Oh, look, he's got OBS going. And yeah, this is an IKS module that he's using. So this is Medicus here. Here's his little channel. And he is using one of our modules. And how old is this video? A month ago. All right. All right, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I'll have to see his channel and see if... Well, we'll just have to... We'll have to reach out and get in touch with him. He may be in the IKS already, so that would be kind of cool. Get him in here with us. All right. Let's take a look here. We've given this order. I need to get a dispatch back to headquarters. All right, so to from First Division time be 0930, and my location will be falling back to Sudley Spring Ford. Let's see here. We'll continue to delay enemy. Enemy 3rd Division. at, what is the name of that location? Miss Carter. All right, there we go. Dispatch is out. Attack failed. 2 hussars suffered losses and are spent. Let's fix our typo because, hey, it's Discord and we can. Falling back to Sudley Spring Forward will continue to delay enemy. I've ID'd the enemy 3rd Division, 2 batteries, at least 3 units of infantry, likely more, deployed into batteries and square at Miss Carter Hill Farm. Have about time but expensive. Yeah, so the issue here is I only wanted 1 hussar unit to participate. I don't know why 2 of them got beat up. But in either case, it is what it is. You can't argue with the umpires. Things happen. And I didn't have time to sit there and interrogate Dave. Rather, Dave probably didn't have time to sit there and answer my questions. As an umpire, you kind of got to keep moving, so I didn't put him through that. I am dismayed that 2 hussars instead of 1. I expected 1 to basically be spent, but 2. But that's how it goes. You don't have control. You're in command, but you're not in control, and that's what makes Kriegsspiel so interesting. All right, Gobbler says, no war more American than a Burger Krieg. I don't think I quite get that unless it's like a burger war. I don't know. Cola Wars? That's pretty American. At least it looks like the rear units are off the road and forming into line. Maybe this 15 minutes before and the next before they get moving again. Yeah, it's gonna. Yeah, I've probably bought about a half hour of time. 15 to 30 minutes of time, which is okay. And when you figure the enemy may be revising their plans.
Yeah. It just helps you.
So, yeah, I've created some work and some trouble for them, but not worth it. You don't want to trade men for time necessarily unless there's a good reason for it, and I don't think this is a good reason. I don't think this is a good exchange. So, you know, if it gets you closer to victory, but I don't think we benefited from this. Gobbler said, was the title of the Medicus video American Burger Krieg for ACW? Burger Krieg is German for Civil War. I can't resist a low-hanging joke. Well, there you go. I'm like, what, is this McDonald's versus Burger King or something? That used to be a thing. And around the same time as the Cola Wars, which is Coke versus Pepsi in the 80s, early 90s. Remember that when I was a kid. The Cola Wars. Marketing. All right. Well, let's move this over here and take it down again so I can see. There we are. It does look like the Umpires are in our channels, but I don't think another turn has been processed. I think they're just getting orders. It's going to be a while. I'm pretty quick as a player and as an umpire, so I tend to have more downtime than others. I'm pretty simple, though. You know, Kriegsspiel isn't about micromanagement. You're not supposed to micromanage your units because as a division commander, you wouldn't do that. You wouldn't say, well, deploy skirmishers here and occupy this building there. No, you have subordinates whose job it is to do that, and they would handle those things for you. So the umpires are supposed to kind of model that, deploy things logically and reasonably so that you don't have to micromanage. So.
So wait, so when we test our dirt rights, do they have to be constant?
All right. These infantry commands, they have more elements, and because they're making the big attack here, it is more complicated for them, so their turns do take longer to process. So, question is, who is fighting in this scenario? The answer is black versus green. These are Napoleonic forces fighting on an American Civil War map. So this is an entirely fictional scenario. The reason for the Civil War map, American Civil War map, is because that's what Liam, who is our lead umpire, could get working. But he has a Napoleonic rule set he wanted to play with. Ultimately, it does not matter. As long as the map and the pieces are scaled correctly, you can run the game. But yeah, it's basically black force versus green force. It's not like French versus Austrians or Prussians or British or whatever here. It's generic, which is how Kriegsspiel originally was. It was red versus blue. And actually, we still do red versus blue. In fact, we have this whole fictional campaign that we call the red versus blue campaign that we're running. But yeah, this here is just a generic Napoleonic skirmish. So, Nerdlaber says okay. Probably didn't want that big long-winded explanation. But I figure there's people who come behind us who watch these who don't know, so a lot of times my explanations are for their benefit, so they understand what the heck is going on and why. Average downtime between turns tends to be about 20 minutes. Sometimes it can be as great as 30. Fast games are, 10 minutes of downtime. The bigger the game is, the longer between turns. The fewer umpires, the longer between turns. And the more pieces on the board, the longer between turns. Also, the more minutia, which is the more things you track. If you're tracking ammunition, supplies, casualties, like commander traits, morale, things like that, which generally in a good system, they're actually just baked into the system. But if you track those things separately, that also makes the turns longer. And the problem with that is tracking those things doesn't actually make the commander's decisions that much more compelling. In other words, it's a lot of work for very little return on the investment. So we generally discourage a lot of those things and try to sort of bake everything into each rule set so that it doesn't have to be individually tracked. It's still a factor because in real life, morale and ammunition and casualties are, of course, factors. You do have to have it modeled, but you can bake it into the rule set so that you're not spending time modeling it, each thing individually and having to go through all that. Question, do both sides have the same amount of troops? The answer is I don't know. It was our impression that Green would have more troops because they are attacking and we were supposed to defend. But we really don't know. It depends on the scenario designer. I'll tell you, if I'm designing the scenario, one side will be outnumbered. I never design fair or balanced scenarios. You might not know which side of that scenario you're on, but I am not a fan of things that are fair or balanced. So, okay, now we have a really interesting screenshot with enemy forces coming in behind us. That's not good. And we have more hits on our units. So we got a couple hussar blocks. We've got enemy cavalry scouts coming in this way. So there's another problem. All right, my headset just turned off. My mic is separate, but I don't know why the headset powered off, but it could be low on juice, so we'll plug it in there. But yeah, generally speaking, units do not have the same number of troops. But they could be pretty close. I, on the other hand, am just not a fan of fair scenarios. Okay, let's grab a couple green hussar blocks and drop those, because that's what we have contact with. Okay, so this here is another problem, but not one that we can't deal with. So we'll put these guys here. Okay, that is about where they are. And then I've got a couple cuirassiers, which are here as per the update. This is where they wound up. I got my lancers here. Okay, so I don't want to commit these units if I don't have to. And then I've got my 4 hussar blocks. Go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, so you head back to Sudley Spring, and your hussars follow suit in following you back. Unfortunately, one of your hussar blocks gets blasted again by cannons and scares the horses up a bit and what have you. And as you arrive at Sudley Spring, you actually spot the rear of an enemy cavalry column that is heading around the north side of Sudley Mountain. The rear of that column spots you in turn and turns to face you.
Okay, deploy the lancers to discourage them. They are not necessarily to attack. They're sort of to push.
Sure.
And if they don't give ground, then just stop and hold. And of course, maintain contact with them. If they take off, maintain contact and send me reports, please. Otherwise, we hold position.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so my mission is to scout, so, you know, what I need to do is report back what I see of the enemy. And it looks like I've lost contact with the units here at Miss Carter Farm, which is a no-no. It's bad. However, I believe they are getting their act together and will be coming and will appear momentarily. Meanwhile, I have this unit, and it appears that some of them have come around, apparently Sudley Mountain. I guess this is it. I guess this is Sudley Mountain. I don't know, or this one, but maybe this one. In any case, apparently the green forces have come around here. So I've got enemy around. Oh, no, here's Sudley Mountain right here. Duh. Okay. So enemy cavalry is behind Sudley Mountain. And that's a problem. Now, let's see here. I have a dispatch from headquarters. Let's read it. Attack across the Bull Run should be beginning currently. I'm moving to the 2nd Division. They were facing enemy cavalry at Balls Ford. I'm going to push them to make an attack across the Bull Run. Have 5th Division check if there's any threat to our south. There's enemy along the Warrenton Turnpike. Our attack should catch them as they close to the run. Please inform me as to the status of your operations. Okay, so let's... Alright. From Marshall. There's no T in my name. Time 09:30. Actually, it's not. It's like 9:45. And okay, and my location is, you know, I could have copied what I had above, right? All right, there we go. I'm holding momentarily at Sudley Springs Ford. Expect enemy 3rd Division to press in the next 15 to 30 minutes. Have spotted enemy cavalry behind Sudley Mountain. Beware, I have deployed lancers to maintain contact with them and discourage them, but believe they are headed south into the rear of your force. So they're gonna come this way. They're going to come up the Warrenton Turnpike. So the cool thing here is we've caught them. And I'm reporting it back to headquarters. So headquarters should be telling these units to maintain some kind of a rear guard here, which should negate the presence of this cavalry unit. As for me, I'll be falling back to the south here. Because I can't stop this division, an infantry division with artillery, with just my cavalry. But I could possibly push back across and try to flank around to the north. I could do that, but that would cost me contact. I would lose contact with headquarters. Alternatively, I could come around like this and try to get into the enemy rear. But then there's nothing to block them from coming down like that or whatever they're going to do. So until I have orders to attack, I think my strategy needs to be, I don't know if there we go. I didn't think that was going to erase. Needs to be to fall back this way a little. And if I make a stand, it should be around here. And then, of course, they're coming around this way. For sure. No question there. I could move to block them here as well, but that's not really my mission. It's not the mission that's assigned to me. However, the mission that's assigned to me, which is scouting, I'm essentially doing it and probably doing it kind of poorly. Maybe I'm doing it great. I don't know. But we know about this. We know about this. Maybe I'm doing it great. I just wish I were over here doing it in this area. and helping to guide these guys into the enemy flank. And instead, I'm doing work back here. So, not thrilled, but I think I'm doing just about as okay as I can be. Alright, let's put that down there and dock this window here and take a look. Okay. The rear of a column, some good luck. Means hopefully they won't be smashing into you imminently. Yeah. Well, they are going to try to get into the Warrenton Turnpike and come again, attack us from the rear. But we're moving away from them. We're moving to the east. And since we're aware of them, the element of surprise is lost. And I think we're okay there. We'll maintain, the Lancers will maintain contact. Alyssa is here. Hello, Alyssa. You see, you got a sense of humor there.
Do I have to publish it?
All right. Let's see what we got here.
Okay, so it's 266.
The umpires are out, but they are mostly working. There's just a couple umpires with headquarters. So there must be something cooking. But here we are. So this is how Kriegsspiel works. This is really cool because there's limited information. You know, you just got this little snapshot, if you will. And based on what you see, you have to try to make sense of it.
Does it have to be on one?
And respond accordingly. It's kind of like when you play poker and you're looking at how your opponents wager, how they play, how they bet, but you don't really know what they're holding.
/1.
So it's kind of a similar feeling, you know. My detection of the enemy column here, he will probably persist in his attack down the Warrenton Turnpike, which I expect him to try to do. That could be a mistake, though, at this point, now that he's detected.
You have that ID, right?
So I think he'll continue to do it, and if we are halfway intelligent, we will be expecting it and will be prepared to defeat it. So, having lost the crucial element of surprise, he probably should retreat and then come back out and do something, you know, he should do something like this, you know, whatever, double back. But he should do at least this. Instead, what I'm pretty sure he'll do, because, well, gamers are gamers, what do? And he's going to go do this. In which case, hopefully, we smash him around here or here. So. Alright, should be a good fight. I'm not going to mess with it. There we are. Okay, yeah, standing by. Our attack is about to begin, so we should be catching him in his columns. So, here we are. OAV says he believes he is trying to harass and flank. Yeah, I think he's trying to get into the rear. I think he's there because that's their strategic plan, or technically tactical, but their overall plan was to send something around into the rear and create havoc. Now that that's been detected, does he order a change of mission? Or does he boneheadedly persist in carrying out his mission in the hopes that, I don't know, maybe I'm not sending dispatches, or, which is insane for a cavalry commander not to do. So he should reasonably expect that he's detected, that I've probably sussed out what he is trying to do, and that I'm sending a dispatch to headquarters, and that we will be prepared by the time he arrives. So knowing that he should issue a change of mission, but he's not going to, probably. So we'll know whether he does or not based on what these guys do. They could hold, which would be a little bit of a head scratcher, but they'll probably fall back this way. And in so doing, that suggests to me, especially if he heads south here, that he's just going to boneheadedly stick with his plan. And then I have to make a decision. Do we come down with the cuirassiers and such? But I think holding up 3rd Division here is the better use of my force. Even though I can't really attack it, all I can do is make him deploy and then fall back. So. Oh, man. Yeah, it's a tough one. It's a tough decision because there's nothing I can do that's particularly glorious here. Can't really attack these guys because I'll just be smashing into squares and get destroyed. My delaying means that he's going to get artillery online, and he's going to attack me, and eventually I'm going to suffer more losses that are going to be unanswered. If I withdraw from that, though, if I head south, I can avoid losses, but then I'm also not performing my mission of slowing him down. So you can see that I've already issued the change of mission orders. The initial mission was to scout, but I have issued a change of mission because the conditions for those original orders no longer exist. The justification for them isn't there. So now I'm on a different mission, which is delay the enemy. I'm still reporting back what I observe, but really at this point it's just delay the enemy now. I don't think I'm going to get any more information out of him. Yeah. OV says keep your ground. He's trying to reposition you. Well, we'll see. The problem is he can push me. He can push me. My guys can't really shoot. So I can commit to a charge, in which case I spin my units permanently. But I can't really shoot at him. I have no standoff capability, but he can shoot at me. His artillery can just drive me. So all I can do is make him deploy those guns, go into square, then fall back, and just slow him down so that by the time his attack lands, it no longer, it's like he gets there so late that it's no longer consequential. He could also turn around and retreat. We'll see. He won't do that now, but in the next hour of game, he could, because the enemy will be ordering a change of mission as we attack him. Assuming our attack steps off as planned.
What do you want to play? You watching me? Wait, you want to play Number Feds Oddworld too? Oh, it's easy. So you go to your track, right? When you're trying to build something, and you put special track. copy and paste the code. Yeah, it's flashing. Stream it again, I'm fine with whatever.
I think I'm running Open Saturday in 2 weeks. Not next week, but 2 weeks from now. I'm running my new American Civil War system in Kriegsspiel 23, so plan to have the rules done by then in 2 weeks.
Do you have a Nintendo Switch?
Have to create a module for that, don't I? Among other things.
What do you play on it? Do you play Pokemon games?
Looks like the umpires are hard at work. Just looking at the channels, which is a little bit of metagaming, we got a couple commanders at headquarters. So I'm sure that's where my commander-in-chief's focus is right now. And here is our update. Let's see what's in the update. And look what happened. Exactly what I thought. Okay, these are now 2s. I don't know what that means. I'm going to have to ask. Down here we have our Lancers. And I don't know if that's green down there or what. I imagine that's my other Lancer. I don't know. Hopefully I get a report back. I do not see enemy forces here. So the enemy has held. Or the enemy has changed direction. But what it means now is I have to figure out what's going on. The enemy is not behaving as expected, so I need one of these units to do something. So these guys are somewhere. These guys are here and maybe here, I think, but we'll see. So, the order's going to be something like this. For one of these Hussar units. Wait for Dave to pop in and give me my update.
They're leaflet. They're like tree forms, tree branches. Yeah, why are they?
Hello, Dave.
Okay, Marshal, I'm back. So, from your position at Sudley Spring, your Lancers write back to you that the enemy cavalry column has continued to head southwards past Sudley Mountain. They're shadowing at the moment some Hussars that are acting as a bit of a rear guard for this cavalry column that's moving around Sudley Mountain. hear some cannon fire coming up from Mrs. Carter's house and that little hill there. You just about make out through your field glasses that Red Hill Farm is occupied by friendly forces at the moment. They seem to be in a fair position. What are your orders?
Send a hussar unit up to the hill by Sudley Mansion. Have them have a look and then fall back to this position. So basically, it's just a quick look-see.
Will do.
Tell me what they see. Otherwise,
Okay.
everything else continues. Well, by the way, what do the dice mean on the hussar blocks? Are those...
So as soon as those dice get to 6, then they are not going to be spent anymore. So it's another hour and a half you're looking at until those
No problem.
blocks become effective again.
Okay, thank you. All right, so Vic, I see your question. I'll answer that momentarily. But first of all, the enemy is doing what I said he was going to do, which is continue south and try to make this attack up this way. So I do need to report that. Obviously, there's hard contact here. There's fighting going on here between friendly and enemy forces. I do have an opportunity to come through here and try to smash, but that's not my orders, you know? I'm going to see what this reports to me. If the enemy looks like they're vulnerable or something, maybe. But I don't think that's what I should be doing right now. You know? If I were an impulsive, if I were Jeb Stewart, of course, you bet I'd be doing that. But I just don't think I'm Jeb Stewart, and I don't think that's such a great idea for me to do that. Now, this position offers me nothing but security, which isn't what we're after right now. We should be trying to mess with the enemy, but for the moment, I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait, because I could also get orders to head south to block these guys. And that's another valid choice, because they are going to come up through the rear. So I need to send a dispatch. So I'll be preparing. I'll be doing that now. To answer Vic's question, yeah, we're looking at Foundry in particular. What happened here? There we go. Yeah, we're looking at Foundry as a new system for us, because we wouldn't have to do screenshots for the players. The Fog of War is kind of automated in that, so it's pretty attractive to us. So I'm going to copy this because it's the same. And we're going to do that, and then I need to take a little break here.
Let's go, John.
Continuing south.
I know, like, I'm pretty sure there should be some lights. Don't ask him to bring me back. It's a girl. Honestly, how do you...
All right, there's my dispatch. Okay, I'm going to take a little break here. I'm going to be gone for about 5 to 10 minutes or so. You guys can interact there in the chat. I will be back, but I need a few minutes. I'll be back. All right, I am back. And let's see what we got. Yeah, if there's been no sound for the past 12 minutes, that's because I was AFK. No, I'm here, so haven't fallen asleep.
That's the one that I dropped. That's the one that I
I had to step away. Anyway, let's see here. There he is. Yep. And hello, Red. Hello, Alex. And Jan is here.
I hear me, so.
Hello, everyone. Jan, we need to see if we can't connect with Medicus, if you know who that is.
Did you drop yours?
He may have some interesting Kriegsspiel. I'll drop the link to his YouTube here. He's German, Jan, so you might like to talk to him. You may already know who he is.
How'd you get purple flames?
Because, you know, if you're from Germany, you know everyone, you know everyone else who lives there. It's not like America, right? So it's actually an old joke about North Dakota. People say, oh, I'm from North Dakota. And you say, oh, so you must know Fred. Because it's a state with such a low population. But anyway. Oh, good. Okay, great. Jan has already left him a comment. So, yeah, if he hasn't joined us yet, then we're going to have to get a little harder on him. So get a pipe wrench or something and pay him a visit. Say, I see you like Kriegsspiel, huh? Be a shame if something happened to you. So, oh, let's see here. Where's my OBS? Here we are. And hello, everybody. So you can see I'm here. I'm wide awake, perfectly fine. We're waiting for an update. It's been about 12 minutes, so in the next 5 minutes, I would expect an update. We know that the enemy's headed south here to the Warrenton Turnpike. Almost certainly they're going to attack up it, trying to gain the rear. I've sent a scouting mission here to Spring Hill or whatever this is, Sudley Mansion Hill, whatever, so that I get an idea of what's going on here. I know these horses and these horses, there's friendly forces here, and they are engaged in some kind of combat. The tough decision for me is, let's erase all this, do I come through here and attack what could be the enemy rear, which could be a glorious thing, or do I head south and block the enemy cavalry, which we believe is coming up the Warrenton Turnpike shortly? Do I hold position because I have no orders to do otherwise? So I think the smart money, if not the glamorous, because glamorous is going north, but the smart thing would be to head south. I've got to screen against getting outflanked, because that's really a core mission for cavalry. And if I'm no longer scouting and I'm no longer delaying the enemy because he's no longer advancing, this would be my second change of mission order. So let's talk about that briefly, right? When things change, you have to order a change of mission. The question is, when do you do that? It's one of the fundamental questions a commander has to answer. My original plan was to go out and come out over here in this area and scout the enemy positions along Warrenton Turnpike, and that way we could make an attack against him. In the process of heading out, I ran into the enemy here, and as a consequence, that mission was no longer valid because I have contact with the enemy. He's blocking the main road. He's coming on in force. He's attacking, essentially. So we know at this point that where he is and where his flank is. So reconnaissance is no longer really a very good option here. We've already done the reconnaissance. So the change of mission then became to delay his advance. Well, it appears that now we've delayed his advance because he's no longer coming. We'll know based on what we see on top of this hill. But if he's no longer coming, then we may change mission a second time and screen the army from being outflanked, which has come south down here with these units. So that's probably what I'll do. I'll bring the one good hussar block and the 2 cuirassiers, and we'll come south. Can we hold him? No, but we can probably put some hurt on him. But I need these other units to recover, these 3 that have suffered, so I don't want to, let me see here. Let me delete this. I don't want to, sorry, I'm deleting things in my Discord channel so Dave knows I'm returned. I don't want to pull the whole force down and have weak hussars because they're just going to defend at a disadvantage anyway. They're not going to win. So let's just leave them there to recover. Plus, they will delay the enemy if they do come on. So that way I get the best of both worlds. I'm scouting the enemy with my lancers. I'm delaying the enemy with my 3 crippled hussars. And then I'm screening the army with my other 3 good units. So that's what we're going to do. But let's wait for an update. Maybe that'll change. The Gobbler says introduce him to a special 2x4 block if he doesn't immediately join. That's right. That's right. You will join the IKS and you will like it. If you don't, we don't care, but you're going to participate. That's right. We're the mafia of Kriegsspiel. Anyway. All right, let's see what happens. Just standing by here. But you've got a little lesson there on when to order a change of mission.
It's funny how the bowl is overflowing right now.
There's a little purple icon on my picture. It shows that I'm streaming. It's visible down here. It's really tiny, but it's purple, and here it says streamer mode enabled. Didn't realize that Discord knows that you're streaming. I guess it would, but I haven't told it that I'm streaming, because I'm not streaming via Discord. I'm streaming via YouTube and OBS. Must be a giant battle going on down south, the Gobbler says. Yeah, probably. Because I haven't really had anything back from Gen 9, from Gen T, and yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of on my own here. But from my sense of it, though, and this is just a feeling, I think most of the battle is happening across Bull Run. And that's where we want it to be. That's what we want to happen. So hopefully the enemy's getting spent, getting wrecked over there. Of course, if he outnumbers us, then it'll be a challenge. All right, here we go. We've got an update. And the update's pretty innocuous. Our Hussars, I see, didn't come back. But we're just standing here, so. All right, those Hussars were supposed to come back. Yeah, it's a new system for Liam, so it is going to move a little slow. All right, let's see what Dave has for me. He'll be here in a minute. With that Hussar on that hill, however, I don't have him available to go south. He'll have to catch up. Find a good spot to defend. He'll get here before I do, but I can get here first.
Okay, I think we have to duck here.
Mistakes were made.
I see the exit. I know. Do you see orange jumping for the cake?
Okay, so Marshall, are you there?
I'm getting to the end. I'm getting to the end. Wait, no, that's not the end, is it? I'm ducking. Oh, do you see orange in the little skit?
Okay, I'll come back for you, Marshall.
Go!
Okay.
Go! Follow him. You have to follow him. Bro, I'm going so slow.
Okay, I do have a dispatch. And let's see here. Did I do this wrong?
Danger ahead.
Here we go.
Seriously,
All right,
turn right.
enemy is attacking us
Forward,
from
forward.
Otto. In the direction of Sedley Springs Ford and Sedley Springs Mansion.
I'm going
Pulling
down.
the 4th Division back over the Bull Run to respond to it. Please inform me as to the status of your attack, but 2nd Division will still be supporting you. I'm moving 5th Division to shore up our northern flank as well. Let's delete these orders because I don't know if that's valid. Is Otto in our, yeah, he's, all right, so Otto is Okay, so according to this, the enemy is... Well, I need to get a dispatch back from the Hussars, but apparently the enemy is doing things here. And the Hussars should have a report for me. We may change all this.
Did I die?
Might change it.
Did you get off the garbage?
I have given plenty of warning.
No. Cyan's down here with us in the garbage.
Alright, let's take a look here. Let's wait for Dave. See what Dave has to say.
Cyan's legit chasing us. Oh, that's why we have to duck.
No, I didn't hear anything from Dave. Is my... Hang on, Dave. My headset might be out.
Okay.
There you
can
go.
hear you, but
Are you there, Dave?
I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay, I think my headset went out. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No worries. You're still in your present position. Lancers continue to shadow the rear of the cavalry column that they're shadowing. They reckon that by now the column is going to be hitting the Warrington Turnpike.
Yeah.
Your Hussars over by Sudley Mansion report that they have witnessed 4th Division pretty much being pushed back across Bull Run now by Green forces. However, there is still about a brigade and a half's worth up near Mrs. Carter's house.
That's Green forces?
Green forces, yeah.
Okay.
I know. See. That did not look like one year.
I don't know if I react defensively or offensively.
Because like we beat that in like 20 minutes.
Oh, there's no rush, so
Yeah, okay. Go ahead and give me a minute.
yeah, no. I mean, I'll stay with you. I mean, I've got the other chaps' orders, so it's
Well,
it's all fine.
I've got these clowns coming up from the Warrington Turnpike into our rear.
Yeah.
I've sent orders out to dispatches out to headquarters. I don't know if they've got through.
Yeah, they've got through. I mean, your interior lines are still okay. They're fine.
Well, I don't know that. I mean, you're telling me
Well,
that, but I would know that as a commander.
Well, say a courier came back and he said, yeah, it's all good.
Okay. But what I don't know is if my commander-in-chief has taken that seriously and has reacted to it, or if it's to me to take the initiative and block that attack. Otherwise, I'd like to go north and, harass the enemy and take some of the pressure off the 4th. I know
You do. Looks like you've just had a courier come in.
Yeah, Otto told me that he's under a lot of pressure.
Yeah. Okay.
This is really tough because if I don't react to that attack and everyone's ignoring it, then that can do a lot of hurt up the Warrington Turnpike. On the other hand, there's a lot of hurt happening right now with the 4th being pushed back, so I don't have orders either way, so it's a real dilemma, Do we play conservative or do we play gutsy? If we play conservative, we can minimize losses. If we play gutsy, it's a gamble, but we could have some success.
So pretty much what just happened.
There you go. That looks like a courier might have got missed by someone there for you. So.
Oh, okay, there it is. Our attack has begun. If the enemy continues to suddenly spring, allow them. The 5th Division is double timing to move to guard our northern flank. If the enemy 3rd Division turns east towards our 4th, you're to threaten the enemy's flank. Otherwise, allow them to move further west. I interpret that as an order to strike north. So let's go ahead and go north. Try to remain concealed, but let's hit them from... There's that little stream you see that goes behind that hill in Sedley Mansion and Mr. Cushing.
Yeah.
I'll take the 2 cuirassiers and the 1 good hussar and... Well, actually, I will ride up to the top of that hill. But I want the cuirassiers to move up that way. And I will have a look. The other 3 hussars that are in recovery are to continue to hold. And yeah, I'm just going to go up. I'm going to go up to the top of that hill where the hussar is to have a look. And I need the other 2 cuirassiers to simply form up down in that gully. It's not good terrain for them, but that's going to be the avenue of advance. So. Yeah.
All right, will do.
Okay, thank you, Dave.
I see you.
All right. I don't like that order. It's kind of a half-baked order, too. It's like I'm not being particularly decisive, but I also don't want to charge into the teeth of the enemy. The hussars have not given me a detailed enough report that I can map out an attack. So I have to go put my own eyes and just be prepared to order the cuirassiers forward. Now, the cuirassiers are the arm of decision here. They're the heavy force. But, you know, if there's an opportunity here, we need to take it. We need to do it. Get some of that pressure off the 4th. Otherwise, yeah, I just don't know. The order from Gen TJ9 was if the enemy continues to Sedley Spring, but I don't know if they're doing that. They're attacking us in the direction of Sedley Spring and Sedley Spring's mansion. I don't know if that means they're pushing that way or if they're coming from that way. So unfortunately, that dispatch is a little unclear to me. The 4th Division is back over full run. Moving 5th Division to shore up our northern flank as well. Yeah. Looks like we're being pretty defensive here.
Did they kill you already?
Yeah, well, we'll see. We'll see what happens. The good thing about the 2 Lancers here is they're probably tying down a couple Hussar units, making it a little harder for the enemy to operate with all of their forces in our rear. I really kind of wanted to defend at the toll gate.
It's the one that's following you.
All right, let's send a dispatch.
Is this dude?
Could never spell cuirassiers. Strike north cuirassiers.
Okay, I'm going for the attack. I'm going for the attack. Oh, did I kill you? Well, that's one crash. Now we just need to find... Yeah, we have to find some Dead. That was what? I flew through it. I survived. And then I died. But I was
Okay,
in that
and another one here to auto.
because I thought it was so clean. Whatever, we can still play. Yeah, he does. Oh, he does exist.
Can't type.
Honestly, sloppy slow is kind of annoying.
Okay. All right, yeah, I'm not going to just blindly attack. I need to see what's going on and make a smart decision there. So hopefully that happens, but we'll see.
Bro. I'm just going in a circle. I'm gonna actually come out here this way. You said turn. Which way? Oh no. Turn the right. Oh my god. It's who? Death? Oh, death.
All right, let's see here. Just standing by. Be a little while. Let's see if that the dispatches have not gone, but they will. Let me edit these so that
I'm gonna hit you in the back of the plane.
they stand out a little. Edit. There we go. Gen T is in his own channel, as are the other commanders. That's good. That's good. One thing I don't like to see in a Kriegsspiel is where all the commanders are together in one channel, because that means they're just in one spot, and they're not spread out commanding their units, which are spread out. So you have to stay with your command. You know, as cavalry, I've split off units, which I hate to do, but that's kind of one of the things that's unique to cavalry. But if you're infantry, you generally don't want to be splitting off blocks or wandering away from your command to meet with other commanders. The worst is when commanders of the same rank are conferring and their superiors off somewhere else, and you know the problem with that is you can't command your units properly. You can't see the battlefield from where you should be viewing it. Gobbler says this turn does smell like one of those important, oh, but if Marshall hadn't done X on this turn, Y would have happened. Right, yeah. I'm not happy. I'm definitely not happy. I don't think that I'm going to be able to do much in the north. But I have an order to go north. Maybe I'll be lucky and the enemy will be in some kind of disarray and I can really do some damage, but chances are that's not going to be the case. What I probably should have done was head south, but my orders I don't feel gave me that leeway to go south. So I got to go north and at least have a look at things and make a decision. So we'll see. We'll see. I hope these dispatches get delivered. I don't think they're getting delivered now. One of those big what if AAR turns. Yeah. The after action report will be interesting. I wonder if I'll get my hussars back. Having them back is kind of a big deal. And I could send them down to block the toll gate or to chase the enemy, but that's basically spending them, and that won't be the case for about another 45 minutes. Really, it'll take them about an hour and a half to recover and get down there. By that time, this battle will be unrecognizable. It'll be something completely different, probably. So I may need those hussars to screen the cuirassiers so they can recover, so they can retreat. We will see.
I'll give you an extra time. Because I was going out to close that door that you didn't close. And why is it staying open? Wait, did the gate freeze? Oh, I'm just watching your play. I just watched it disintegrate.
It's lunchtime here in California. All right, I am going to step away for a few minutes. Get myself a bite because I haven't had anything to eat all day except for a little coffee. I'll be back and I'll have my headphones on, so hopefully if Dave pops in, I'll hear him. Okay, I am back. No updates yet. Doesn't look like my dispatches have been acknowledged, so I don't know if they went out this turn, but we'll see.
Oh wait, it's my turn now.
Okay, there's a report coming. And as soon as it arrives, put it up on the screen here. What happens on Discord is you'll see that someone's typing to you, and then they'll go off. Usually that means they put up a screenshot and it's just taking time for the screenshot to upload. Here it is. Okay, this is pretty good. This is good.
Okay, Marshall. So
Yeah.
you get to Sudley Mansion, where your Hussar unit is sitting there based, and yeah, across the way from you to the East, you see a green couple of batteries there. It looks like they've got a rather large 12-pounder that's doing its work, and yeah, about a brigade and a half's worth of infantry with some skirmish line out to the front there. To the southeast, it does appear that from through your field glasses, you can just about see that 4th Division has been pushed fully back across Bull Run. And that's about it.
All right. All right, let's move the cuirassiers back. And I want them to go out to the Newman farm and hold there.
Okay.
They're basically to go up to that hill and look a little threatening, just kind of hang out there.
Yeah.
That might give the enemy some pause as they push the 4th. And I will accompany them.
Okie dokie.
Thank you. All right, so an attack there didn't look quite feasible with all of that enemy infantry out there. The good news is the enemy infantry is facing the wrong direction to do anything. He's got, a couple to 4 units that are facing east or west because he's concerned about me. And that means they're not participating in the attack. They're just sitting there. So that's a win for us. If we are holding him in position, then that's pretty good. That's cavalry doing its job. It's not great, but it ain't bad. It's better for us than him. I'm tying up 4 infantry blocks, so that's not bad. All right. That's because I'm muted. I'm not talking. Doing two things at once here in real life, so I'm muted at the moment. But yeah, the 4th Division, my commander wants me to move and essentially do what I just did. So the order's already given. It's just a matter of updating the commander-in-chief and Otto, my neighboring commander, on what to expect. So I'll be doing that. Okay.
Almost. I don't think we can climb. We can't climb. That probably means that our engines are strong enough.
And let's go to Otto.
Soon it might be an engine. It's probably just robots. No. Let's go with this one. windshield. No, still talking.
All right, there we go. Those are the dispatches. And let's take a look at the YouTube. There's a number of messages on the YouTube now that I can respond to. Jan tells us that coffee is the best food. And I, for one, agree. I will show you.
Oh my god.
We've got our coffee here. And there it is, potential, which is that, here's what it says on the back. Not everyone gets to word game for a living when they grow up.
Race.
Some folks, I guess, have to serve fries. Hey, that was me at one point in life, right? So, most of us. Anyway, just being ridiculous there. The map looks good. Who made it? And Gobbler says it looks like one of Damon's colorings of an old Civil War map. That may be the case. It might not be. Not aware that Damon worked on this map, but he may have. I don't know if he has or not. It does look like work that he would do. It is certainly of his quality. So, it's possible. The Gobbler says the enemy cavalry commander might be vindicated in their decision to keep going south if the commander-in-chief is asking for clarification if they're north or south of Bull Run. Yeah, Genti is asking for clarification because he did not carefully read my dispatches to him. He skimmed them, probably because he's pretty busy. And in fact, I think you said in your next comment that it sounds like Genti J has a lot on his plate with the rest of the battle, and that's quite correct. That's why I tried to be pretty clear and explicit in my dispatch, but he probably hasn't taken the time to reference the map against the dispatches. So he's, you know, kind of like, huh? Okay. He's just trusting me to do what I think is best. Which is nice, but the problem is I've been sending him warnings that he needs to be mindful of. And it could be that this turn, the enemy cavalry is actually landing a blow up Warrenton Turnpike. I don't know. I have not got a report back from the Lancers. But what I will do is proceed to Newman with the cuirassiers and see what we can do here. We might be able to score a flanking attack, which could turn the tide of battle against the enemy. But we'll see. You know, I have to be in position to do that, and I have to be able to do that without them getting into a square. So, yeah, it's a tough one here. Okay, I don't see that my dispatches have gone. I think they're going out a little late. Well, I should have a nice view, though, of whatever's happening here. I could position some blocks there to play with here to indicate. Figure out what the enemy's doing. And those blocks are so much smaller than mine. There we go. All right, Tunis has popped up. Actually, I made this map. Though if my maps are being confused with Damon's work, I'll take that as a huge compliment. Well, actually, Tunis, we can recognize Damon's work because, no, I'm kidding. Actually, it is amazing. And you clearly did a very good job with this, so very pleased. It's a pleasant map to look at. And one of the things that's sometimes overlooked is the map because players are looking at the map for hours. So it needs to be something that is decent or nice to look at. You know, if it's a little sketch or kids drawing or something, that's not going to be very enjoyable to pay attention to for hours. It doesn't have to be a Hermione Bosch painting, you know, where you can just get lost in it. But yeah, you do need some color and some terrain and detail on it to make it look relatively interesting. Of course, much depends on the game itself, you know. If you're a commander and you're really far behind the lines and you can't see the battlefield with your own eyes, you might get a poor map. You know, you might even just get a sketch. You know, something that's been sent to you by your subordinates or something, whatever. And we've talked about doing that, actually, which is giving players really poor maps or inaccurate maps of a region for the purpose of making their life more difficult and creating more pleasure for the umpire. So that's a thing, you know. Yeah, but Jan gives you a shout out there, and the Gobbler calls you Tunis Chad. There you go. Okay. My son moving furniture downstairs. Brendan, what are you doing, son? Huh? Eating lunch? Sounds like you're rearranging the living room. Oh, okay. All right. He's 10, but he's not tall enough to reach the bowls, so. Oh, he is, but. Oh, they were in the back. Okay, son. Jan says, let's play history. I am running 3-on-3, and the only map I have given the players is a hand-drawn operational level map of the area. They gotta scout and do some battlefield recon if they want to know details. Yeah, see, that's how you do it, Jan. That's how you do it. You create some pain so the pleasure is that much better. Yeah, that's it. That's it. I too have a pleasure room. It's on Tabletop Simulator, though. Gobbler says then you have John's game with the full ordnance survey map and with all the detail, which has its own problems at the operational scale. That's the best part about Kriegsspiel, I think, is you learn how to cope with problems. And that sometimes having things the opposite is also a problem. It's new problems, it's different problems. So you learn to be adaptable and so on. It's a long turn here. There must be a lot of fighting going on. At this point, if we're engaged across this front, it really is a matter of how the dice are coming down. That's luck. The numbers that are involved, and if we manage to find a good position on an enemy, like find a flank or something. Jan says, I mean, historically, maps would be really scarce. Neither the French nor the Habsburgs really had any of northern Italy. And he says the French stole Russian print plates in 1812 to get a few made, but some corps had none during the whole campaign. Yeah, we maps are kind of central to Kriegsspiel, and most Kriegsspiels start with a map. They start with one of us seeing a map and saying, that's a really cool map, let's play a Kriegsspiel on it. And that's how it begins. However, Jan is very much correct that maps are actually a luxury, as is paper. Paper is not something that was just lying about, where they had reams of paper available. Paper was another thing that was kind of hard to come by. So, yeah, modeling that in your Kriegsspiel is a really interesting way to play. We take a lot of these things for granted because, we can type out long dispatches and it only takes us a few seconds. We're not writing something or scrawling something while standing next to a commander on a horse. Or we're scrawling something on paper with a pencil that's as likely to be broken while sitting upright in a saddle, Yeah, we have a lot of luxuries here. not to mention the maps, but it really comes down to how hard you want the experience to be for the players. If you really want to maximize realism, then yes, you would do that, you know. But the trade-off is the players can see things with their own eyes. So what do you want them to see? You know, and so there's the thing is, you know, if they're standing there, they would have some perception of the ground, at least in front of them, which we limit here through screenshots. But one of the other problems is, even if you're on a horse and you're looking out at the ground, appearances can be deceiving. You know, anybody who's walked across country for any appreciable distance has found that, oh, there's a gully I didn't know was there, or, you know, the ground is, you know, a little more undulating than I anticipated. It's not quite flat, or here the terrain is mushy, it's muddy, or, you know, anything. You know, people think that, for example, farmers' fields are just the easiest thing to walk through because they are supposedly level and generally clear depending on the season, and that's not the case at all. You know, you have these deep furrows and you have irrigation ditches, and, you know, right here where I happen to live on the Central California coast, we can get flooding rains. We don't get a lot of flooding. It doesn't rain much in California, although this last winter was an exception. But those irrigation ditches are several feet deep. Like, if you get down in one, it's like being in a World War I trench. It's very hard to get out. And if there's any kind of water or if they're muddy, you're not getting out of them. So it's, you know, and that would be the case anywhere, you know, where they have these features. So, yeah. It's one of the things I notice in Kriegsspiel is we're very, very generous with movement. When in reality, I think things move a lot slower in real life. You know, a parade ground is great for, you know, 70, 80, 90 steps a minute. But in reality, you're not going to get that far simply because the nature of the ground is so variable. You could have a formation in a line, and half of that line has clear, flat terrain. The other is trying to move over rocky or unbroken or broken terrain or something. And, you know, if you want to maintain that line, it's going to slow you down. So the way we kind of simulate this in Kriegsspiel is we don't pay attention to precision. We just kind of fudge things. This is why there's a grid on the map. You just sort of say, well, you know, a unit can move, you know, 2 grid squares in a turn. Whatever. And then, of course, the formation, whether or not they're using a road, you give them more or less, depending. But it's not uniformly. It's not uniformly consistent. My headset keeps giving out its low battery, I think. Even though I'm talking on a Yeti. Which means I don't have to stop talking when my headset goes off, but I do out of habit. Anyway. Yeah, Kriegsspiel is messy. It's not neat compared to certain games like miniatures where you're out there with a tape measure or a ruler. Don't do that at all. It's highly discouraged. It slows you down, and it's not necessarily realistic. It's now noon Pacific time. We've been going for about 4 hours. Probably have 1 to 2 more hours tops. But probably at this point, with most units probably committed, we should be pretty close to a resolution here, and they'll be wrapping up the game sooner than later. Okay, I see that my dispatches just went out. Of course, those are old now. They're dated. And it looks like my commander-in-chief may be in the area as well. But let's see here. And here is my screenshot. It does not look pretty. It does not look pretty. Look at that. I don't even see the enemy here. That does not look good. I could have probably better served by heading south. Guess go back to the position. Go back to Sudley Ford because there's nothing here. If the enemy has halted the attack, however, which may be the case, if they've halted the attack here, then that's good for us. They haven't got across that river. But I don't know how we would hold them if they push. Don't know how we hold them if they push. So, let's wait and get an update from Dave. You may have another tidbit of information. Commit the reserves. Well, I don't know if we have reserves. It's not my call. All right, yep, standing by for an update. Oh, man. Yeah, Gobbler, I don't know. Gobbler says there's one good thing that many gnarly looking troops, but they haven't called it yet. Maybe the enemy are similarly gnarly in the south, and yeah, we'll see. You know, I don't know.
Okay.
Go ahead, Dave.
Mark, you and your cuirassiers reached Newman. and see to your east a lot of disheveled soldiers that look like they've just had a big old beating from the enemy. There's a rather large mass of about 2 divisions in that kind of vicinity. A lot of cannon fire, a lot of musket fire making its way to your ears. Hussars up to the north by Sudley Mansion. They report back that brigade and a half worth of infantry over by Mrs. Carter's house hasn't moved. It's still there. You get a message back from your lancers saying that they have reached W. Douglas, just by the southern end of Sudley Mountain, and are still facing off against those hussars. They've kind of been trying to keep contact with them as best they can, but they reckon that the enemy column of cavalry is most certainly in your rear lines now. What do you wish to do?
Do I see the enemy from my position?
You do not see the enemy from your position. No, I don't think so. No.
Is it because they're obscured by smoke, or is it because they are not present?
The only, I mean, you can't see from your position really at all. I mean, maybe if you got your field binoculars out, you do see a large horde of green over the other side of the run there to the east. But no, you don't see enemy at the moment.
Okay, we'll hold here. If they cross, then we'll charge their flank. But as long as they don't cross, we're going to hold here.
Okie dokie.
Thank you. All right. Yeah, we don't have any particular orders to attack. I certainly don't want to reach across the river and attack, because the enemy objective, as we understand, is to get across the river. Well, if they're holding them across the river, then attacking them is kind of good money after bad. Now, when they come across, they may be more vulnerable, and they're a greater danger to the army. So then, of course, we do want to commit. But right now, if they're content to stand on their side of the river, I'm content to stay on mine, because in a way we're winning by holding this position. And really, it's up to the division commanders, the infantry divisions, to sort themselves out, recover their troops, and form some sort of a coherent defense. The cavalry can't do that. That's not its job. So we're just kind of here to keep an eye on things and help out in a pinch, or if there's an opportunity, but I don't see either of those right now. I could swing with the cuirassiers back up to Sudley Mansion and then strike southeast into the enemy rear. But they would see that coming, and they would form squares, and I would just squander my troops again, I think. So better to catch them as they come across the water, and they can't really form a square because they're on the move, than to hit them where they may be expecting it. Gobbler says, Umpire's just waiting on the enemy cav charge up the turnpike before finishing things. Yeah, hopefully the divisions there in the center have detailed some sort of a rear guard at the toll booth, which is this crossroads down here. Hopefully there's something here, the toll gate. Because if there isn't, well, all I can tell you is I've sent warning after warning after warning. In every dispatch I've warned that these guys are coming around. So the only thing I couldn't do was move south to block it, because on that particular turn, at that moment, I was ordered to, probe north, which I did. And of course I couldn't attack because the enemy is arrayed for that. They're ready for that. So of course you don't want to attack there. Looks like my casualty count's going to be pretty low for the day. Some hussars, but not much else. All right, guys, should I, let me turn on my camera here to show you. Just need some opinion if I should buy the Marie Antoinette salt and pepper shaker. So, there you have it. Marie Antoinette salt and pepper shaker. Yeah, I don't know. Comes in a gift box. Very nice. All right. Let's see here. I'm not sending any dispatches because the previous dispatches suffice. The situation for me is unchanged. I believe I should be hearing from the Commander-in-Chief about now. And if I do, well, I'll follow those orders. Yawn. was I going to say? Well, I completely spaced it. It was related to this battle. Oh, the Hussars. The Hussars should be back in good shape. If not already this next turn. Which will give me a nice command to go around and start doing some trouble. If I were free, I'd actually head south and see if I can't catch that cavalry down there at the toll gate. But who knows? Who knows what's going on? I don't like that I was outmaneuvered by them and then didn't get a chance to move south and block them, but what can you do? Orders are orders. But I really can't go north. There's nothing in the north. The north is impregnable. If I come up here and this way, they'll see me and they'll just turn and face me. So this is an unassailable position. This here, we should have enough guys here, even in their condition, to kind of hold the enemy at bay. Coming south here with 5 cavalry squadrons to the toll gate. Maybe, I don't know where they're at, but maybe they're, along here or something. Who knows? I don't know what their orders are, Seems strange that they would sit there. Pretty sure that this dispatch from the Lancer saying they're here is pretty dated, pretty old. At least 30 minutes to 45 minutes old. So in that time, they probably would be up in here. Or they've gone further south. So maybe they're just going to ride around the enemy in a big circle. That would be great because it wouldn't do anything. But I bet you the enemies come right up that turnpike. They could actually be doing this too. But I don't think so. I don't think they do that. I think the money's right here. Probably 1 or 2 more turns left in the game. Jan says that he's going to get a sandwich. Another sandwich, Sean. You just posted a picture of a sandwich on the socials, but you're going to get another sandwich. All right. And he's going to start making us roll some D100s. So that's a reference to a game he's running. Legion of Honor, which is a Napoleonic card-driven war game with dice. Sort of more of a role-play type game. A lot of fun. Love playing it. My character's about to die, but Jan says, I am insatiable. What can I say? Well, if it's a good sandwich. You know what I like? A nice, thick turkey sandwich. Lots of turkey. Some mayo, tomato, bread and butter pickles on some sourdough. Yeah. That's what I'm all about. So, yeah, there you go. Pretty much always have that on hand in my kitchen. Sort of my go-to. Umpires are still in the umpire room doing umpire things, so no progress yet. They are processing, which must be a big turn. Of course, every turn is probably big right now. There's a lot of blocks on the map. Probably twice as many blocks as I would put. When I run a Kriegsspiel, you're going to push 4 to 6 blocks generally, maybe 8 maximum, which is what I have. But 4 to 6. And the problem with more is it slows things down and players start to split stuff off, sending stuff different directions. You know, they try to overextend themselves and do more rather than keep a reserve or maintain double lines. They just start doing all kinds of wacky things because everybody wants to do it all, you know. Cavalry is an exception to that for obvious reasons, but infantry really needs to just kind of stay more or less together depending on your level of command, though. If you have a corps, you are going to do different things. If you have a division, less so, and if you have a brigade or a battalion or something, it's a lot less so. Obviously, I mean, that should go without saying, but players don't know that. They try to do gamey and crazy things too, and they love to charge. When they do cavalry, it's charge, charge, charge all the time. Squander that cavalry right at the opening. Wonder if they're going to call it this turn. All right, now I'm getting tired, even though all I've done is sit here. It's been 30 minutes since the last update, so it's been a long wait. That is one problem with new systems is assistant umpires don't usually know it, forcing the lead umpire to be present throughout the whole resolution. So instead of having like 2, 3, 4 or more semi-autonomous games running across the front, it's just one. If the umpires know the system, then what you do is you just assign them a little sector, and anything in their sector they resolve, and then you do it all simultaneously. That was how we got Grand Gettysburg going, was we basically broke the battle up. And the umpires just did whatever in each sector. And that's the only way we were able to do it. We do have Grand Waterloo coming up. I would imagine it'll be something similar. I won't be playing. I'll be announcing during that battle. So I'll be running around showing you everything. But let's see here. Man, I am anxious for the end of this battle. Oh boy. Need to get up and walk around, untether from the electricity here. The headset should be sufficiently charged. Yes, I am. Probably another hour. Don't you have your party?
Yeah, Carter's coming over.
What time's your party?
2. And Carter's coming over by the
Yeah, okay. Where did mommy go?
to run errands. Or she went to the cafe and probably went to run errands.
Okay.
She went to the cafe to get some other things.
Green will maul this cavalry, rip this infantry apart. But the bridge.
Also, I think
with
Fourth
the current
Division is,
situation.
Fourth Division is reforming, so they'd be able to march south, probably within the next turn or two.
I do believe the game has been called.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's an excellent.
Hello,
request.
everyone.
Damn it.
Thank you all for being here. Thank you for a good game. I will begin the general debrief now. I will share my screen.
Is there a table
So,
you can join?
Yes, if you IKS open Saturday is the table. Password is capitalized IKS. So to start off with, game able to deploy in this area on the west side of the Bull Run. So they're allowed to do. And green.
I didn't think the live stream is visible. Or
Can you see my screen or no?
No, it's stuck loading. Buffering.
Yeah, I think Liam, your internet's not doing well.
Share.
You're sitting at 999
Right.
on the.
Yeah, my internet's getting pushed pretty hard. If someone else could share the screen, I'll just draw on the map.
Yeah, I can do that as soon as it loads in for me. It's just not loading in very well.
Yeah, the internet is getting pushed. I think people are trying to join the game right now. Dave, could you share your screen and do the debrief? Marshall's got it.
Well, the only problem is it's still loading in, I think. Yeah, that ping's really high.
I've just streamed my screen.
Yeah, if one of the umpires could do the debrief. My internet is being
Proper stream is working.
Okay, can you see all the draw lines? Are there black and white draw lines on the map?
Yes.
Okay, good. So, black began anywhere within the circled area in black on the west side of the Bull Run. They were aware that their position had been scouted by green cavalry, but that was it. Green began with 2 divisions along the road from Centersville and 2 divisions up in this area, marked with Area 2. Their objective was to secure the stone bridge in order for the army that is following them to pull siege guns across for an invasion of Black's territory. This ultimately they have failed to do, and so it is a Black victory in that they have held the bridge, but they have been severely mauled in doing so. What happened is Black deployed with clear these lines. Black deployed with a division along here, a division along here, division here, and another division down here. And their plan was to wait a few turns and then launch their own attack from the south into the enemy to spoil and disrupt them. The Black cavalry began up here near Sudley Spring. Green, on the other hand, deployed with 2 divisions along this road, 1 division up here, and 1 division about like this, with their cavalry starting up here, because they could start anywhere east of the Bull Run. Green's plan was to have 1 division move up and pin down forces near the stone bridge. 2nd division moved up and attacked this way, while the 3rd division assaulted like this, and the 5th stayed in reserve. What ended up happening is Green had some get-going problems, but 4th Division under Sniper began a reconnaissance in force onto Red Hill Farm, in which they spotted the Green 3rd Division coming south, which had encountered Marshall's cavalry as it advanced, and as the Green cavalry began a very long surrounding march that eventually has brought them to right here. Anyway, Sniper began his movement up into here, while Green began moving down the road, and after a few problems started getting its columns in order. This led to Sniper's unit, just as it was beginning to form in Red Hill, getting sandwiched between 2 advancing Green divisions. At about this time, he had to leave, unfortunately, and his division, embodied and under the rushing command of Jin T, tried to pull itself across, was able to hold the retreat well for 15 minutes, but the bayonet charge in the latter half broke the entire division, which you can still see is reforming over here. However, enough of the division was able to hold that, and Trajan was able to sprint up from the south, and the position was saved from the attacking Green forces. We're not able to keep. One brigade did not continue the bayonet charge. The other was broken against the canister-firing artillery batteries. Meanwhile, Black was launching its planned southern attack, but now with only 1 division. Meanwhile, Otto's division, which had attacked early, was met by Green 1st Division and then pulled back, getting shot. Green's cavalry, which had deployed to Bald's Ford, spotted the Black assault and was able to track it as it advanced. And about halfway through its attack, Otto also launched his own troops in, and they were able to start breaking Green 1st Division, which has lost 5 battalions at this moment are no longer combat effective for the time being. However, the arrival of Cookie's cavalry has turned much of Otto's force to the south and destroyed Trajan's cavalry, which was trying to meet up with him. And most likely these Hussars will do some horrific things to this poor infantry, which broke from the attack in the center, but Green is pulling in the 5th Division as their reserves, which should be able to stabilize the line against this Black assault. And that is where the game has ended. Largely inconclusive combat for both sides, but Black will be able to hold the bridge, and Green, by the time it's ready to fight, it will be beaten up enough that it probably won't want to fight. But that was how the game went. Any of the umpires, if you have any other comments you would like to add, please do so now.
I guess the traffic jam issue was a pretty serious one for Green to begin with. They sort of deployed on quite a narrow front and found themselves quite snarled, which really interrupted any hope of securing the objective in time, I think.
Okay. It's Ropa. Let's see. Dave, do you have anything you would like to add?
Nothing that's not already been said. I mean, it was another March simulator for Cookie, I guess. His choice to go around the south side of Sudley Mountain was an interesting choice. As was, I guess, Marshall's choice not to choose to engage him. But I mean, I guess he had his other orders to keep eyes on the north. But other than that, it was an interesting watch.
Okay. Rogo, do you have anything you would like to add?
Well, it was fun umpiring for my first time, but I'm tired. I will never do it again.
Yeah, umpiring takes a lot out of you.
You scared me away, okay?
Sorry. We're trying. Yeah. Right. Do you have anything you would like to say?
I think generally, yeah, the green team would have been able to probably would have been able to do much better if they'd been able to sort out the traffic jam issue. Black did fairly well. They communicated quite well. Gen TJ recognized the attack coming from the north, having Trajan sprint all the way up back to Poplar Ford. Probably saved the day, because if he hadn't, then there would have been 2 whole green divisions coming down that way and nothing to stop them. Otherwise, yeah, I don't think Cookie's cavalry is going to be able to do some mean work to some of these routed breaking units, but I don't think that's going to affect the Black's ability to defend the bridge. 4th Division is gradually reforming and should be able to drive them off eventually, within the next probably 30 minutes, I'd say. So I mean, that's my analysis.
All right. That is the umpire team. Then we'll go to the commanders of both sides. See, Jin T, do you have anything you would like to say?
Yeah, I'm happy I didn't go with my initial plan, which was to hold essentially south of the Warrenton Turnpike and hold the hills to the south because my orders were to hold the river. But when I was going to initially hold the fords, but then I was told that you can cross at any point of the Bull Run, so I shortened my line. But then Marshall suggested, which was the suggestion I went with, which was we should counterattack somewhere, and I decided to launch a counterattack from on the Warrenton Turnpike because I knew that it was likely going to have some forces on it. I didn't know exactly what Fine would do, but I knew he wouldn't attack in the south because by Blackbourne and Mitchellsford, because that's somebody's already tried that against me and it didn't work. And so I knew attacking on the Warrenton Turnpike would be an ideal spot. The attack didn't truly manifest because the 4th Division kind of got in a bad position. I did not want him to attack up to Red Hill Farm. He was supposed to attack more south towards the popular straight towards Warrenton Turnpike. I think if he had, we would have crushed those divisions on the Warrenton Turnpike, but then been at massive risk from attack from the north. But that didn't happen, and as soon as Marshall informed me that there was enemy forces marching towards Sudley Spring, that's when I co-located with Trajan and ordered him to double march up to Popular Ford, which was like about, I think, an hour ago in game time, or an hour and a half. So that was very lucky timing because his division, Trajan's division, showed up just as the 4th Division broke. And I knew that we would be able to at least stabilize things until Marshall's cavalry could potentially attack from the east. I also had no idea. I got a little confused. Marshall kept reporting that there was this enemy cavalry attacking the Warrenton Turnpike, and I didn't initially. He kept saying Sudley Mountains, which I now see are over here. But when I was looking on the map, I was looking up near Sudley Mansion, and so I was like, I think Marshall is giving me incorrect information. But eventually it became clear to me that they were indeed attacking along the Warrenton Turnpike in my rear, and I was able to warn Otto, and he turned his forces around well within enough time to defend against that, I think, if he was going to be attacked in the rear. But that's pretty much it.
Spine, you as commander of the other side, do you have anything you would like to say?
I'm very happy with the performance of everyone under my vaguely competent command. Um, I probably should have spread out a bit more and stuck with my initial plan, which would have involved in one of those divisions, forcing a crossing at Sudley Springs to fall, and then falling south. My initial plan was to cross at Poplar Ford and Sudley Springs, secure the heights north of the Stone Bridge, and hopefully try and grab Buck Hill if I could, to effectively threaten any units maintaining their hold on the Stone Bridge. I had a division in reserve, which would end up about 2 turns after the initial attack from Otto across the Stone Bridge, arrived to support the 1st Division, and we were actually planning a counterattack against Otto's troops, hoping that they still had some fatigue from their initial attack. So we were hoping one brigade would at least would form an assault column, if I recall, and try and break through their attack with the additional artillery, which it looks like it got the artillery got held back. It didn't turn down the Warrenton Turnpike, and the formation didn't actually form up, it looks like. Besides that, we had another brigade, which looks like is now formed up the defensive line of the Warrenton Turnpike, and the cavalry, which are, detaining some of the skirmishers to the northeast. I'm happy with the overall performance of everyone. I probably should, after having fought on this map multiple times, remembered, oh yeah, the roads are garbage, and are a pain in the butt to try and give directions of. But I probably should have stuck to my original plan, which would have likely seen a breakthrough at Sudley Springs if it was only Marshall there. And then I would end up with someone on the west side of the river. Beyond that, good game. It was good fun, and I hope I'll be doing some more of these. Thank you.
All right. Then if there are, we'll then go to division commanders, and we'll start from the top. So, Cookie, is there anything you would like to say?
Well, I guess I was Spine told me to either try to outflank the Black Force in the original plan, or to go do it like Desert Fox on a long outflanking maneuver. Since I didn't see any green troops actually fighting where I expected them to, I went for the Desert Fox experience. And basically didn't send off a single dispatch because I also didn't think they would get through, considering my line of communication was cut by some of Marshall's troops at that point. And I guess I'm actually not sure if the time I turned up was too late, or if I still can manage to break 1 or 2 brigades.
You've got broken infantry over here. You'd be able to maul pretty badly, and you would definitely be a distraction, for Black. But the main thing that has stopped you is that Otto's troops are aware of your presence. So your cavalry will not get the devastating rear charges they could have had.
Yeah, that was what was originally hoping for if things had gone a bit differently.
But depending on how things went, your cavalry might have been able to go through these infantry and then fall on these guys' flank and break the center of this southern attack. Possibly.
I mean, if the counter attack by Green's 5th Division had actually come through, there might have been a chance, but that's all what ifs.
Yes, all what ifs now. Okay, Crusader, who commanded the Black 2nd Division, which is these troops here.
So, I mean, I don't really know what I could add to what has already been said. I think we've wrapped up the plan and all that stuff very well.
All right. Okay, then next is G Puzzle. Do you have anything you would like to add?
Extremely brutal fighting along the around the turnpike, Warrington Turnpike. I was commander of First Division, Green First Division. I got first attacked by Second Division. One of Black. I wasn't sure if it was third or second division by Black. Anyway, one of them advanced up the Warrington Turnpike and got blasted by cannon and musket fire. And then I had to shift whatever meager reserves I had to stop an attack coming from the south. Right now, the situation is like I am no longer. I expected to no longer be combat effective, to be essentially be little more than a garrison by that point. It was definitely one of those things where, because the game essentially ended on the same turn that all my forces broke, I don't necessarily have the capacity to comment on what I could have done after. But I tried my best to hold off 2 divisions with 1, and I think I did that. Fifth Division if 5th Division had arrived a bit early, I think it would have been a little bit better, but I also understand that, you'll get traffic jams, because this is a bold run.
All right, thank you. Otto, who commanded the Black 3rd Division for part of the game after Dot had to leave. Do you have anything you would like to add?
Yeah, we had a pretty nice attack, I think, against G-Bustle. I think it was... I'm glad my troops were able to reform quickly after I quickly realized that the first wave didn't go well. The game lasted a bit long. I was quite slow. I calculated and we played 1 hour and 45 minutes of in-game time in what was in real life 3 hours, so it's maybe something for next time. But I'm still glad to see new games and new umpires, so hopefully next time we'll go faster, and I still had fun. I think I'm glad that we were able to do pretty well with our counter-attack, although now I think we are basically all absolutely boned, since that enemy cavalry in the rear is just likely going to prompt all of our troops to run away.
All right, and then Ronnie, who commanded the Green 3rd Division. Do you have anything you would like to add? If you're talking, your mic might be muted, Ronnie. Oh, there he goes. All right, Trajan then, who commanded Black 4th Division. Do you have anything you would like to add?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Trajan.
I'll make sure. Actually, I commanded the 5th Division. I think you said 4th.
Ah, right, 5th, because Black Cavalry is the 4th.
So I started down in the like the southeast, I guess, of the map. And originally, I thought I was just gonna basically just be sitting there, just in case anything happened. But pretty early on, or at least maybe like halfway through, Gent came down and told me that we had to march up to go defend against an attack. And yeah, so definitely happy that he came down. I think he communicated pretty good throughout the game with us.
All right, and Ronnie, do you have anything you would like to add?
Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Okay. So I was commanded, I mean, like you said, the Green 3rd Division, and I was supposed to attack through Sudley Springs, but Marshall's I think it was Marshall's cavalry, and I think some actually I don't know who, but some black infantry kind of warded me away from it. And after I heard heavy fighting by the 2nd Division of the Green, I decided that I had to go support it. And once I got there, we thought that basically all their troops had been routed, and we were just about to like blast through them. I think after seeing this, it probably would have been a bit more difficult, but my whole division was mostly fresh, and I think I would have been able to mostly flank them. But the reforming division of black might have posed a problem to that. I think probably attacking through Sudley Springs would have been the better option, but I didn't want to get it stuck in Marching Simulator again, and I wanted some combat, so I decided to attack.
All right. That is everyone. Thank you all for joining.
Well, you haven't heard from me, yeah?
Ah, right. Sorry. You are
I'm at the
live, I
top
forgot.
because I'm live. Yeah, I'm live streaming the screen. Let's see here.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. It'll only be a few minutes. Let me go here. Okay, yeah. So I do accept the award of MVP. Obviously, of course, another great heroic victory. I live streamed my perspective of the battle. Folks might find it interesting to watch because I struggled with a number of things that were pointed out. Originally, my plan was to go here in the north and kind of scout along here. The idea being that we would make some sort of an attack this way, and scouting would tell us a lot about the enemy. I had to issue a change of mission order, however, because right away I ran into the 3rd enemy division. The 3rd was right around here. I ordered an attack because they had their guns out in front and they didn't have anything screening those guns. So I ordered an immediate attack with one of my Hussar units, but I guess 2 of them went forward or whatever. The attack failed, so that was a gamble, and I paid more than I wanted to pay. I figured that they were going to continue, so I retreated first to Sudley Mansion and then to Sudley Springs. I was afraid they're going to pull up artillery at Sudley Mansion and shell me at Sudley Spring, but they didn't, which was great, and they held off. Meanwhile, at the same time, I spotted some enemy cavalry, really the tail of a column, heading south. And I'm like, well, they're going to head south, and they're going to turn up Warrenton Turnpike, and they're going to try to attack us from behind. I knew that right from the beginning. I ordered my Lancers to cut them off and to pursue them, but not to engage. And I had this huge dilemma where do I go north and see if I can't mess with that 3rd division up in the north because they didn't come on. So I thought, well, maybe they're facing the other direction or they're distracted and I can get in behind them and do some damage. But I really decided I should go down to the toll gate here in the south and block that cavalry unit that's coming around. But the instant I decided to do that, I got a dispatch basically ordering me to go north. So I had to follow orders, so I basically went north. I took a look at the north, saw that there wasn't anything I could do in the north except squander my troops because the enemy had a number of brigades facing west. They were looking out for me. So I ended up then coming south because I knew that we were under really heavy pressure here south of the run. And what I wanted to do was have something here to slam into the enemy flank as they crossed. And of course, by about that point in time, the battle came to an end. And my Hussars were finally recovered. I was going to bring them into the action in some capacity, but I was waiting for an update and I hadn't decided yet. But it was a pretty cool battle. Green Cavalry behaved pretty predictably, and I really wanted to block them, but I couldn't. And I was sending dispatches off one after another to Jen saying, hey, they're down there and they're coming. Be ready, be ready, be ready. And then I get the one like, well, what do you mean? Where are they? And I'm like, but I'm telling you. But yeah, it looks like all's well that ends well. They did get in there, but that is how it is. You can't win them all. So that was my experience. Good game. Very good game.
Yeah, all right. Thank you all for playing. This is a new system. If you have any feedback now, you can do so. If you want to write it up later, and if you want to continue to hang around and talk, feel free. But this concludes the Open Saturday. Thank you all for playing.
Thank you, Liam. Great job.
Thank you for hosting. I do have one quick question about the system.
Mm-hmm.
Would you consider possibly adding a brigade piece, just that way when you have units which are grouped up into brigades, you give them a label on your, since they're already grouped up.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and wrap up the live stream. The players are just going to continue kind of chatting amongst themselves. It was a pretty cool battle. Even though, yes, it went slow, it was a brand new system with several new umpires. And there were a lot of pieces involved and a lot of players. That being said, the battle really did go more or less as it should have, I feel. And that's a testament to Liam and to the system that suggests that it works pretty well. I'm very pleased with it, and yeah, I'm very happy with how everything turned out. So that's all I have to say for now. I want to thank you all for being here. Tomorrow we have the IKS Awards at 9 a.m. Pacific time right here on our Discord channel. I'll try to stream it also to the YouTube so you can follow along there. We're going to be giving out awards to various players and participants for the stuff that they've done in the past year of the IKS, and basically celebrating our second birthday. So have your coffee or beverage of your choice, depending on where you're at and what time it is and what you prefer. And try to join us, and we'll see you then. All right, so that's it. And we will see you all